interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Amen. Once again, members of the Fourth Estate, we are grateful to you for enabling many of us and many Kenyans to be part of this process, as it should be. We don't take it for granted. Today we will only have a session this morning because we have 3 candidates. So we will start with Kennedy Kaunda Abuga. Welcome, Mr. Abuga. Please have a seat, and hope you're comfortable. Otherwise, you can adjust your seat to what you like. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of the selection panel, and it's a great pleasure to have you. Thank you for seeing our advert and showing your interest, and congratulations for being shortlisted for the same. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves, and then after that we will come to you. Please, Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, sir. My name is Linda Kiome, and I am the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interviewing session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bwana Abuga. Mimi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Mr. Abuga. Caroline Kituko, a member of this panel. Welcome.
Good morning, Kennedy. My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, Professor.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nicodemus Bore, na karibu sana.
Good morning, Mr. Abuga. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Wakili, and it is really nice to see you again. And karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante, asante, Madam Koki.
Good morning, Wakili. My name is Evans Misati. I am a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Misati.
We will now come to you, Mr. Abuga, and briefly introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that you think are significant for us to know, and the public out there is watching. They would like to know who is this Mr. Abuga. So do a good job of introducing yourself and why you think that you qualify for this role that you have applied for. Mention if you have any awards or honors, and if you belong to any professional group or society. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Kennedy Kaunda Abuga. I graduated with a degree in law from the University of Nairobi in 1989, and I also obtained a diploma of Law from the Kenya School of Law. I was then employed as an advocate in private practice, the firm of Salim Danji and Company Advocates, where I practiced law between 91 and 2004, when I joined the Central Bank, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, as a legal officer. I worked at the Cooperative Bank of Kenya for 4 years before joining the Central Bank of Kenya in 2005, where I am to date. While at the Cooperative Bank, I managed to study, and in addition to my degree in law, managed to obtain a degree in financial services from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. I also obtained diplomas in mortgage lending and in banking from the same institute. And the idea was really that as I was working for the bank, financial services, I needed to understand more about what financial services are, deepen my knowledge so that I'm able to add more value to the bank in addition to being a lawyer. So I joined the Central Bank of Kenya 2005 as a senior legal manager, and then Deputy Director, Legal Services. And in 2008, I became the Director in charge of Legal Services, in charge of communications, in charge of security. And those are duties I've undertaken from then to date. In addition, I've been the board secretary from 2008, overseeing activities of the board, being the link between the board and management, work I'm doing to date. I've also served as a trustee of our pension fund. I'm the longest serving Banki Kuu Pension Fund, which is one of the best funds and role models in the country. Neighboring countries are always referred to that fund by the Retirement Benefits Authority to learn on how to manage pension funds. This is the fund which has put up the building along Arambe Avenue called CBK Towers, in addition to having other properties around the country. So, Chair, that is briefly my background and what I'm doing at the moment. And in all these years, I've been in the boardroom. Boardroom, looking at governance, looking at oversight. I have served currently 5 governors from 2008 when I became a board secretary. Several deputy governors, several members of the board who have been serving during their terms. And I have done a good job in that particular respect of governance and supporting the oversight systems of the central bank. So when I saw the advert about Iebc requiring commissioners and a chairman, I thought, no, I think this is a place I now need to join, so that the experience I've had over all these years in terms of governance, in particular leadership, so that I can also support the IEBC, because what we saw in the year 2022 was a sign of really lack of leadership in the Commission. And I felt that with my experience, what I have gained, I can also make a contribution in supporting the team at the IEBC, the commissioners who will be appointed, the chairman, so that we look at the aspect of leadership and oversight and provide direction. IEBC is so critical an institution that we cannot sit on our laurels and watch it not delivering to the Kenyans what it's supposed to do. So that is my motivation, Chair, and my brief background. I'm a member of the Law Society of Kenya, member of good standing. I'm also a member of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, member of good standing as well, and other church organizations and welfare groups, which I may not need to mention here. Thank you.
Mr. Boga, this is a very impressive CV. I hope that the board in Central Bank is aware that you are seeking to step out.
The governor is aware. The deputy governor is also aware. As we talk, sadly, we don't have a fully constituted board. The only board members now are the chairman and the PS National Treasury. For the others, their term ended in December, and I'm sure the appointing authority must be in the process of constituting the board fully.
Yeah, thanks for serving the country so faithfully in the manner you have served. Our economy relies quite a lot on what happens in your institution. So thank you. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Abuga, in your introduction, you say that you have experience in leadership and governance. Now, besides that, which other skills and competencies do you intend to bring to the IEBC in the event that you are taken up as a member?
I think as a lawyer also, I've done a lot in terms of law matters to do with compliance. I think it's something I will bring to the Commission. As a team player, critical. You cannot survive in an institution for that long without being a team player, without being professional in your work, without being passionate, dedicated. I think these are all critical competences that I intend to bring in addition to what I have mentioned. I'm sure my addition and participation with that of the other commissioners under the leadership of the chair, who is the first among equals, should be able to propel IEBC to a better image in the public and help it to deliver in its mandate. Thank you.
And in your very many years of experience, is there at any one point you have worked in an environment that has left your leadership skills tried, tested, and you have overcome? And if yes, could you please inform this panel about what happened in that particular situation?
Just make sure that it's not something that will unsettle the markets.
I know it. I wouldn't want to comment on market. Those are sensitive aspects. I would possibly talk about the board, board conflicts. You would rarely hear of conflicts of board being CBK board being reported by the media or elsewhere. It's not that there are no disagreements. There are disagreements on issues and discussions and arguments, but because of dispute resolution and experience in guiding members of the board whenever issues arise, because of institutional memory and availability of information, perspectives, and documentation and guidelines, these matters are able and sorted out within the boardroom without necessarily coming out to the public. So a lot has happened in that respect within the board. Legal issues, as the director in charge of legal, we've handled quite difficult legal matters, others touching on currency-related issues, very sensitive matters also touching on currency and part of national security. So I've been able to handle working with the external counsel to shepherd those legal processes to ensure successful outcomes. So there's quite several areas. I'm just trying to highlight those I wish could possibly be addressing your question without a lot of details.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that is in order. Thank you very much. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn you over to Madam Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Council, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Council, once more. So the Constitution has provided provisions for the members of public in an electoral area to recall their Member of Parliament. Could you explain to us the grounds for recall and the procedure that should be followed by the members to recall their representative?
Yes, Constitution, I believe Article 104 provides for the recall of the members. And the procedure for recall, I think members can raise signatures and petition for the recall of the members. And this should be done, I think, within after 2 years from election, and 2 years prior to the next election, meaning there is 1 year window for which that is supposed to be undertaken. And it is for the Iebc then now to facilitate and progress the petitions. What I know is that there have been issues relating recall regulations.
Okay, before we go to the issues,
Yeah.
what are the grounds for recall and how does that petition get kicked off? How does it start? Then we can come back to the role of Iebc and the issues that are emanating from the court processes.
The ground for recall is basically lack of confidence, which I've seen where constituents feel possibly that a member is not representing their interests well.
Council, the Constitution at 104, Article 104 that you referred to
Yes,
earlier,
yes.
has specified clear grounds for recall, has set them out. Can you
Yes.
be specific and tell us what are those grounds?
I may not be very specific on them, and I wouldn't want to really generalize and waste the selection panel's time. Yeah, but I know there is
Okay.
that provision.
All right,
And it-
then let's move on to the second part.
Yes.
Then what is the mandate or what is the role of the IBC in the recall procedure or process?
I think the role of IBC is to basically undertake that process of recall. I would say process of recall.
In which manner do you know? Or we move on to...
Not specifically.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you for
thank
that.
you, yeah.
So let's come back to, let's take another question.
Yes.
What, in your view, is your understanding of the mandate of the IBC insofar as the conduct of referendum is concerned?
I think the mandate of IBC is the constitutional one to handle elections and to do the referenda once the various prerequisites have been met, and that of course involves preparations, education, and drawing of the referenda question, and preparing for that exercise and conducting the actual referendum.
Again, the Constitution and the Elections Act is very specific on the role and the mandate of the IBC in the referendum process. So I was looking for you to take us through some of the things, or what is it that the IBC must do adequately and sufficiently in law for it to realize its mandate to conduct a referendum.
I think the IBC has to handle the preparation, civic education, and drawing of the referenda questions, and preparing. It's like a sort of another mini election.
There have been 2 attempts to amend the Constitution of Kenya in 2 different times, in different electoral cycles, and both of these attempts have both failed. Would you share with us some of the 2 attempts and why they failed?
We have the BBI effort as one of the most recent ones to amend the Constitution, and failure of it was as a result of the courts stopping that particular process on various grounds that it did not meet the constitutional thresholds. So I can remember the BBI initiative.
Can't remember?
Sorry?
You said you can't remember?
No, I'm saying I can remember the BBI initiative here to amend the constitution.
Okay, what was the issues that were surrounding the IBC issue, the mandate on referendum processes in the BBI case?
I think it was the issue of how it had been initiated, the process who had sponsored the BBI, if I remember well, and it was I think the ruling and observation that the way it had been initiated was not in accordance with the Constitution. I think one of the factors.
That's true. I was more specific to hear the IBC's involvement in the process, because if should you become successful and you join the IBC, one of the things that IBC does and you will be expected to provide oversight and guidance on is the referendum processes should it ever arise again.
That is true.
Yeah, so what was the fault of the IBC and why did the court fault IBC in the manner in which it carried out the BBI proposals to amend the constitution?
I remember that the issue was IBC was expected to take the leading role to initiate and prepare for the referendum. But now it had been taken over and was being sponsored, I think, elsewhere. And some of the proposals in the referendum, like those touching on delimitation, were within the ambit of the IEBC, whose involvement then had not been comprehensive.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I want to ask Koki Muli to also ask you some questions. Dr. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili, the IEBC has 11 functions outlined in Article 88, subsection 4, supervising and conducting elections being at the core of it. However, in their usual work, they don't weight them as equal or as important functions. In fact, they relegate some of them to their stakeholders like voter education, facilitation of election observation and monitoring, and especially evaluation of elections. Those are just examples of the ones that, and they focus mainly on conducting and supervising elections or referenda, as if the rest are not important in the electoral cycle. And experience has shown that each one of these functions is critical to contribute to the integrity and the credibility of the elections process and the outcome at the end. And if you neglect any of them, it's going to undermine or sabotage the outcome of the elections. So in a bid now to transform IEBC, this process here is identifying members, potential candidates and members like yourself who are going to help Kenya transform the business of conducting elections in a more professional manner. Given the opportunity to become a member of the IEBC, how are you going to weight these activities or the functions of IEBC equally and allocate budgetary budgets to them so that they are conducted and none of them is neglected? Just give us a strategy of how you are going to link all these electoral cycle activities together.
Thank you for the question. It is true, as you observe, that focus has been more on elections and referenda, other than the other functions, which of course include like matters to do with voter education and matters to do with registration of voters, cleaning up of the voter register, regulating funding as part of the IBC's role. So I agree that there will be need to ensure that the other parts of the mandate are not neglected, and they are also taken up, planned for, budgeted for, and undertaken. But I do appreciate that funding has been a problem for IBC, not IBC alone. I think across government, resources are not necessarily sufficient. So you get that funding tends to be allocated during the year of the election alone instead of the entire election cycle, because some of those activities start from the very beginning and should therefore be budgeted for. So I will, with my other commissioners, as much as possible, endeavor to also prioritize them and organize for their funding, lobby for funding, and ensure that they are not left behind, and ensure also that the election cycle is not centered on the last 1 year. It is the entire process, because planning, budgeting, all the way around requires focus and funding, I think. So those are some of the steps I'll take, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA. Tanui, to ask you some questions, please. FCPA.
Thank you, Chair. And Bwana Buga, I want you to bring you home. You told us that you're bringing in leadership and governance skills. And in your introductory remarks, you talked of your experience on what you saw at Bomas in 2022. So as a start, you've been at Central Bank almost all your career. What type of board do you have at Central Bank?
We have an oversight board.
Yeah, generally boards provide oversight.
Yes.
Yeah, there are policy boards, there are advisory boards, there are executive or governing body boards. So what's the nature of the board?
The policy.
What is the nature of the board at Central Bank?
Policy.
It's more of policy.
It's more of a policy board.
If you look at the role of commissioners at IEBC, what is the nature of role that they play?
Their role is policy as well as per their mandate and oversight, but they are full-time.
So what does that imply?
That implies that their focus is their focus and involvement is more closer to management than an ordinary board who meet during quarterly meetings or when need be. And I believe this is because of the importance of IBC, the need for constant decision-making, constant reviews of actions and initiatives, and constant need for decisions.
So, given the opportunity, so how different will you handle that board or being a commissioner, unlike the way you are handling or how the Central Bank Board is currently governing CPK? How different is it, the two, in terms of the approach?
I don't think there is much difference between the two. The only thing I would say is that involvement and engagement in commission affairs is critical for the commissioners, given the specific mandate of the commission. But then, of course, knowing that their role, the dividing line between their role and the management should be the one of noses in, fingers out, meaning that they restrict itself to policies and follow-ups, constant follow-ups, and implementation matrices, keeping a close eye without necessarily finding its way into the arena of management.
What did you observe in 2022, based on your opening remark at Bomas?
I think it is a dysfunctional board, where the board is split. Part of the commission is here, talking of something else. Another one is elsewhere, sending a different signal, giving a different message, meaning that the board was not working together. The communication was not aligned. The purpose of the board was, there was no transparency among even commissioners. That is what I think we
So
saw.
what will you do if given an opportunity at Iebc?
I think what I will do is, as I join with the other commissioners, there are things we need to do as a board. I believe Iebc has a board commission charter or code of conduct for commissioners. We will need to have that reviewed and strengthened. If they don't have a commissioner's charter, that will need to be put in place immediately, so that commissioners now learn more to work as a team, learn how to address their disputes and differences within the commission, learn the communication channels, learn the various protocols, and engage as commissioners with one voice. That is something I'll give priority. This will, of course, require bonding. It will require retreats as much as far as possible. And it will also require something I've seen very effective at the central bank called Blue Sky. Blue Sky is where, when there is an issue within the board, controversial issue, for instance, directors meet informally to discuss that particular issue, engage freely, and develop consensus. I think that is something I would strongly work on with my fellow commissioners, to ensure that we are as a team, and where there are differences are normal, differences in opinions, we discuss them, engage them, and go out as a united front. I think if that had happened, the bombers' issues and what happened, I think would not have been there.
Lastly, you mentioned that noses in, fingers out. That's what you said. Now, appreciating the role of Iebc in the election process, specifically the roles that have been given under Article 88. How can the Commission avoid having their fingers in, given that it is the role of the Commission to undertake those responsibilities listed in Article 88?
I think it's the role of the Commission, yes, to undertake them, but through management. And Iebc has structures. I've read their reports, the annual reports, 21, 22, 22, 23, on the activities that they have been undertaking. So you have a sense of a very strong technical support team within Iebc who are able to do that, to do their work and do it professionally. And of course, we have the various board committees to oversee specific issues within the mandate, legal, ICT, HR, and all that, which then report to the plenary. So for the board, really for the commissioners, it is to oversight the plans, the initiatives, the projects the processes and ensure that they are fulfilling the mandate of the Iebc, they are adding value, and that they are cost effective. And to ask questions, interrogate, require reports, require feedback. I think the Commission can do that without necessity of putting in its fingers.
Now, I've heard you use the word management severally in your explanation. Is management the same as secretariat?
In the context of, I think, IBC, management is really the secretariat. I'm addressing the CEO, senior management team, and of course below them they are the staff. So management, I'm talking of the secretariat.
Is management the same as secretariat? When you say secretariat, you told us you're the secretary to the board of Central Bank, isn't it? So your team, in the context of a governing board of Central Bank,
Yes.
are you management or you are secretariat to the board and your team?
No, we are management, the governor.
No, leave alone. Looking at you, your function, because you are the secretary to the board and your team. So are you management to the board or you are secretary to the board?
Secretary to the board.
And your team together with you as a head
Yes.
of the
Secretariat.
secretariat, you are secretariat.
Yes, that is correct.
So is that the same as management, the way you have the Central Bank?
No. It is
But in the context of IBC, you are saying that the secretariat is the same as management. Is that correct?
Secretariat, I meant now the CEO and who is the secretary, of course, to the commission, and management to encompass the CEO and the senior directors, who also appear before even the board committees to make presentations and to answer questions.
I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Ken. I want to take you to the issue of money. You are working in an institution where when somebody looks at you and says you have been handling issues of policy in regards to money. Now, the Election Campaign Financing Act, the 2013 one, has met several challenges. The first challenge was even at the enactment of the act, part 2 of it, but 1A of it, it says suspension of operation of the act, meaning the people who are enacting the election campaign finance, they actually suspended so that isikue for them, ikue kwa wale wengine. 2017 ikifika kwa wale wengine, wakasukuma kwa wale wengine. So now, from where you sit, are you seeing the possibility of the Campaign Financing Act being operationalized in Kenya, given that it has met several challenges? And I can tell you part of the challenges was the requirements that candidates open even accounts, which accounts were to be operated by committees and such like. So please, let's discuss that aspect of the challenges of the Campaign Finance Act.
I think it's true, as you have pointed out, that that act legislation has encountered a lot of challenges, especially in Parliament. And if I'm not wrong, the regulations to implement the act have yet to be passed. Another hindrance to it being enacted and implemented. So the challenge is there, but it's a constitutional requirement. It's part of what IEBC is supposed to undertake. I believe that with more lobbying of members of parliament, with more education, with more participation and engagements, I'm sure that over time they will see the sense wherever the objections are and the importance of that law in order to have it now implemented in order to remove the bottlenecks. So it is difficult, but I think with effort, engagement, I think over time IBC should be able to have now an instrument to enable them now undertake funding, undertake control and regulate issues of funding of elections. So there is hope.
If you get an opportunity and you are an IPC commissioner, what are some of the things you think IPC can do as a commission to regulate that aspect of campaign financing, particularly from the candidates and the challenges therein? From where you sit, you have been a regulator and policy on issues of money. So knowing our people in Kenya, what challenges do you foresee? You see, they usually say, campaign money has no receipt. Pesa ya siasa haina receipt. Those are some of the challenges. So please explain how you can do it.
I think it is difficult, as you say, matters to do with money are sensitive, but I'll do a scientific, I think, study, scientific based on data in terms of funding to demonstrate what possibly a party or a candidate requires, so that I am well informed in engaging the various players, so that I don't engage them with figures from the air. I have something to demonstrate and say, look, we have done a study, this is the science, this is the amount we think could be. We need hygiene in our politics and campaigns, and we need to keep ethics in all this being the essence, I think, behind the funding act. So it is, I agree, will be a challenge, but with those preparations and engagement and data, I think we as a commission should make a good effort to convince the various stakeholders, especially politicians, to allow passage of the implementation instruments.
Thanks so much, Ken, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Abuka, would you please tell us who the key players, both state and non-state players, are in the electoral process, and tell us why it is important to engage them. We know well that these are the players who shape the public confidence in the electoral process. So who are these players, and why is it important that we engage them in IEBC, for instance?
I think there are several key players. I could mention some. Judiciary, a very key player in matters relating to IBC, because the end product of IBC is tested by the judiciary, so they are a very critical player in my view. Parliament, another very critical player, given the passage of laws and the legal frameworks, which are critical for IEBC to do its work. Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, another very important player, extremely critical. Then we have the media. Media, very, very important player as well. And for the media, of course, they disseminate information, they communicate to the public, so it is important that we work closely with them as IBC in terms of timely release of information, correctness of information, so that the public is well informed of the activities of IBC. Parliament, engaging them, critical. We've talked short about the funding issue, which requires support of Parliament. So you cannot get that law passed or implemented without their support. So we need to also engage them, sit with them, lobby them, answer their questions, and seek for their support. We, Office of the Registrar Public, the Registrar of Political Parties, I said, is also very important. Working closely with IEBC, matters to do with parties and nominations, etc. I have also government, national treasury in terms of funding, extremely critical as well, and the respective parliamentary committees relating to matters for finance, to explain IBC budgets, give clarifications, and demonstrate the importance of getting funding through the entire cycle, and not necessarily the last year of elections, and the importance and need for that. And I think those are some of the key ones. I think even the police themselves, another key stakeholder. You need them to provide security for IBC assets, IBC personnel. So we work with them as well very, very, very closely. I think those are some of the main key ones. There are several others, of course. NGOs are also pretty important. Observer missions, which are there. Some of the funding organizations, also need to be engaged. They are key to know what is happening, so they are able to sponsor some of the outreach programs and other programs of IBC. So they are all critical.
Most of the ones you've mentioned, apart from the NGOs and the observer missions, are government. Are the voters important players? Are the members of the public important players?
Extremely important. Members of the public.
Why is it important to engage them?
They have to be engaged because this is where we are building confidence and trust. At the moment, that trust and confidence is very low. So if we do not engage them, then we are continuing to be opaque and not transparent. So we need to have forums, sessions with the public, the Gen Zs now, to also sensitize them about our programs, give them opportunity to ask questions about the electoral process, clarify, so that we carry them along. Actually, they are one of the most critical stakeholder, even without the others I have said, because if you don't have their support and trust, then all the rest will be very difficult to achieve.
Apart from the public confidence, what is the other result that we'll achieve by engaging all these players? I mean, when IBC, what is it that the IBC would achieve by engaging all these players, apart from public confidence? What else would they achieve?
I think you'll achieve by having their support, the public support in your programs.
It will also legitimize the elections, isn't it?
Of course, at the end of the day, the trust and confidence and support, they own up the process. So when results are announced, being an outcome of a process they have been involved in all through, then everybody will be comfortable. Room for noise, disputes will be a bit less.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Back to
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bore, please ask the candidate some questions.
Kennedy, from your CV, you've noted that you've worked almost for 5 central bank governors. And I'm sure you have seen the different levels and leadership styles of the 5 different governors. Without naming any, what would you say was the best time you served as a central bank, as a council, without putting in names or the years?
I think the best time is when we have governors or others who have been micromanagers, who could possibly want to know everything you are doing, you are drafting, you are see everything, you know. It has its positives, but I think it is a challenge to work. So when you work with a governor who gives you freedom to work, consult, when you have an issue, seek clarification, I think that freedom gives you a sense of responsibility, I think a sense of dedication and a sense to ensure that now that I have the freedom, let me ensure I do the best and without leaving any gaps. So I would think that governor who gives you that freedom, I think is normally good, not for central bank alone. I think across all institutions, when you empower staff to work and make decisions within their limits, give room for engagement, for consultations, guidance, I think staff get motivated and deliver more. The output is higher than when you micromanage. Because when you micromanage, then it means people don't work, they are waiting for your nod. They are waiting for your green light. If it's a letter, they want you to go through it and endorse it before they even sign. So if that happens across an institution, there will be a gridlock, which affects efficiency.
Now, central bank plays a very major role in the financial sector in Kenya, and in most of the time, we'll expect a lot of news coming from central bank, either positive or negative. And if you look keenly on the news, you don't really see central bank coming out except during the time of Grand Regency. And that time you are also the council of central bank. Is it possible to give us the highlights of the central bank versus the Grand Regency?
The Grand Regency was a security held by the Central Bank of Kenya to cover various facilities that had been illegally advanced to Kamlesh Patni. So in 2008, the central bank sold the hotel, now Laiko, to Libyan investors. And after the sale, there was an uproar. There were a lot of questions being asked in Parliament. For instance, the committee wanted to know the details of the sale and what surrounded it, etc. And I remember appearing in the parliamentary committee with the then Governor Njuguna Ndung'u, and we did give explanations to the committee on how the sale was handled. There was subsequently the Coca Commission, which was also appointed to investigate the transaction, and we did appear before the commission and made our explanations. The proceeds of the sale were used, I remember, by the president then, Mwai Kibaki directed that they be used to start the LAPSET project in Lamu. So we did appear before Parliament, we did appear before the Commission, we did explain, and we did provide all the relevant supporting documents relating to the sale.
So my last question would be, given the hindsight, will you have, and Professor Ndongo have done it differently in terms of giving out information to the public?
I'm not sure that we needed to give information to the public because this was a security of the central bank, which was being auctioned to recover money, which I think was the role of the central bank to do. So, but the information was presented, I think, to the right forums when the need arose. And the issue was public in the year 2008. I think those who are reading papers there and watching radios then could saw how the matter went and how it was handled and how it was closed.
Thank you, Ken, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Bore Asante.
Okay, I want to ask Prof to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Kennedy, you're coming from an institution that you can say is sublime. In other words, when there is Goldenberg, the way my colleague Bore has asked you, the heat doesn't go to central bank directly, it goes to the executive. When the dollar skyrockets, the heat doesn't go directly to central bank, it goes to the executive, that you are the regime. Now you are seeking to join an institution in which the heat will come directly to the commissioners therein, including you, should you succeed. My question, therefore, is, as a member of the Iebc, how would you ensure that your decisions and leadership reflect the long-term national interest rather than the short-term political pressures? Because they are going to be there, should you be there.
I think you are right, Prof. There will be heat, certainly, and the heat is on the commissioners. And luckily, I took that heat during the incident that Mr. Bore has referred to. So to an extent, I'm battle-hardened. And the key thing in taking it is to ensure that you've done the right thing within the law, within the policies, procedures, and processes. But I appreciate that this type of heat now could be a bit different given the various interests, the various pressures that will be there on myself and my fellow commissioners. I think we can manage this, and how to manage it is what I alluded to earlier, that we as a commission, we have a unity of purpose. We know our role as commissioners. We know the ethical framework within which we will be working on. And I indicated earlier that if we do not have these charters and codes of conduct to guide the ethical conduct of the commissioners, then it will be difficult. But as commissioners, once we appreciate that and we know pressure will be there for sure, the issue would be now as a team, how do we handle the pressure? How do we discuss, how do we ventilate? And that is where I talked about the blue sky issue of saying you don't have to have everything recorded and documented in a formal setup. Meet, discuss the issues openly so that every decision you make is a decision well thought out, whose consequences have been weighed. One of the aspects, of course, of oversight and governance is risk management, risk and balancing risks. So you balance them, knowing what the interest of the country is, not the interest of an individual political party or whichever other force. So specifically, Prof, then it's, I think, the unity of purpose which needs to be developed within the commissioners, trimming of egos, and appreciation of the critical role and the big picture. I think once you stand together, once the heat comes, then I'm sure you are able to handle it and manage it more effectively.
Thank you. My last question. You have served in Central Bank, 5 governors and counting. In a country where political godfathers play a key role, as we were told in one of the dailies recently, in a country where at times you are sent packing simply because you are not my man or woman, what is the magic that has kept a Buga serving, and serving? You remind me of the smiling Attorney General, my good friend, who it's only the constitutional clause that said they have to leave office. That's when he left the office. What is it in you that you think has kept you steady in the job, very high-profile job? And what is it that would make us feel that this is the right man for the commission?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think it's very simple for me. Professionalism. I've been an astute professional, undertaking my duties without fear, without favor, and guided by, of course, the laws, processes, and procedures. Key. Number 2, I'm very passionate, very energetic, very committed, and very diligent. So anyone, governor coming in and working with me, is able to detect that very quickly and to rely on me. Why I've survived most is integrity. I'm somebody of very, very high integrity. Without integrity, I would not have survived this long, because it's very easy, to pick out somebody who has no integrity and have a case and knock them out. So that is the way I would put it, but I would put it as somebody really who does his job and does it well. Somebody who's a team player. I'm a great team player, somebody who is very engaging, very attentive, very willing to work with others, listen to the various viewpoints, and consensus-minded. So these are some of the attributes, Prof, why I've survived and why I will continue surviving. I think even at the Commission, I intend to bring them over there, work with my fellow commissioners, support the chairman who will be coming, and ensure that we also do well there the way I've been doing where I've been. But I know it's not a single one-man effort. I'm not Superman. I work with others, and gelling, team building, bonding, I think we can do it.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, just before you come back, I would like to clarify something from Buga. Council, you said in your introduction that the leadership and the commissioners in 2022 demonstrated lack of leadership. What did you mean?
What I meant is that when you see a commission divided with various splinter groups going out there in the open, it means that there is a problem within that commission. And that problem, more often than not, is leadership. Meaning that within the commission, the structures that exist do not provide room for either ventilation, or do not provide room for engagement, do not provide room for dispute resolution. They do not provide room for having an avenue for unity of purpose. And all those lead to leadership. Because where there is good leadership, all the various aspects are in place. When a dispute arises, there is a mechanism for having it discussed and positions taken. Leadership goes with ethical frameworks. Ethical frameworks ensure that you shield yourself from external interference, because that is normally where the problem is. The calls from politicians and other people, how do you handle them? And the best way of handling them is to be transparent and discuss and open and take a stand. That is what I meant, Chair, that if that had been in place and implemented, perhaps we may not have seen the pandemonium we saw. And if it is in place, then it wasn't implemented properly and was not effective. And that is what I think I need to change when I join the Commission, so that the next elections, 2027, will be so smooth and so credible that Iebc for the first time will get accolades instead of having arrows thrown at the Commission.
Thank you. Prof, do you have some 2 questions?
Yeah. We've called you nearly all your names and shortened them: Kennedy, Ken, Abuga. we had not used Kaunda. Were you by any chance named after that white handkerchief that kept on dabbing the tears, a former president? Is there any correlation?
I think there is. There is a correlation. I was named after both Kaunda and Kennedy of the US, John Kennedy. So my dad combined Kennedy with a D, Y at the end, and Kaunda. Otherwise, Kaunda as Kenneth, TH at the end.
So that we might have a president in waiting.
Yeah, you never know, Prof.
Given that naming, can you name any 3 countries in Africa that are set to go to the polls, either general, national, or legislative elections this year, 2025?
I think Tanzania. It's already hotting up there. Burundi as well. There should be something coming up this year. And I think Seychelles. Seychelles should be another country.
Thank you. Let me take you to a more comfortable zone for you. Name 2 African countries leading in mobile money innovation and adoption.
M-Pesa.
That's
M-Pesa, Kenya. We also have Ghana. Ghana is doing very well in fast payment systems. Tanzania, our neighbor, is also making very good efforts.
Thank you. You have gone beyond 2. I told you that was a comfortable zone.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kennedy Kaunda Buga. We have learned from you your humility and capacity to manage a difficult space like where you operate. I don't know whether you have any comment or question today for us. In a minute, please.
I think the comment I would make possibly is I've noted some disparaging remarks against this panel being made out there. And I believe that is very unfortunate, because this is a panel created under the law and executing its mandate. And I observe with gladness that the panel has continued to discharge its duties without distraction. And I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel is seized of the difficult environment within which it's operating, and but we are conscious of our target and our goal for which we want to deliver for Kenyans. And so thank you for noticing that and being part of this process. Blessings to you. There's a beautiful lady at the door who is bearing your certificates. She will hand them back to you as you walk out. The notebook is yours and the pen, and if you so wish, water also. Thank you. Blessings to you.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Thank you. Okay. You can take 5 minutes to stretch so that we can call the next candidate, please. I'll give you 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Leonard Njenga. Feel free. You can adjust your seat to what you like. You have a pen and a notebook there, and some water for you to use as and when you need. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for showing your interest in the position advertised and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And just say that this morning we'll have a brief introduction, getting to know you, to hear, and try to align who you are with the CV that we have seen and the needs of the Commission. I want to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves, beginning with the Vice Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I'm the Vice Chair. I take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session.
Thank you.
Bwana Njenga, good morning.
Good morning too.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
And good morning, Mr. Njenga.
Morning too.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Leonard.
Morning too.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Njenga. It's good
Morning.
to see you. Mimi naitwa Nicodemus Bure na karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Jenga. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, and I'm a member of this panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Njenga. Na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I am a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Njenga.
Morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you.
Now we come to you, Leonard. Briefly introduce yourself. Highlight those milestones within your profile that you think are significant for the role that you've applied for. Let us know if you are a member of any professional society, but also indicate if you have received any award or honors. Please, may you proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I start with thanking you and the distinguished panelists for finding this opportunity, shortlisting me, that I present myself for this interview. My name is Leonard Njenga, and I'm from Kiambu County. I'm an election expert with over 20 years experience in elections management, local elections management, one regional assignment in the Southern Sudan as electoral training officer with the UN mission in Sudan, and one international assignment in elections management as an advisor with the UN mission in Nepal. I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, Economics, and Development Studies, and Master of Arts in Peace and Conflict Management from Kenyatta University. I belong to the Kenya Association of Public Administration and Managers, domiciled in Kenya School of Government. Throughout my career, which started from being a clerk in 1997, where I was capturing the actual data, cleaning the details of the voters, mobilizing young people to register, engaging the stakeholders in success of preparing the register, I was introduced to the field of elections. And up to today, in a span of over 20 years, I've been in that field. After that assignment with the ECK, that's the defunct ECK, I got an assignment with the UNDP, with the UN, who are working with the United Nations volunteers as a civic educator, and I was
posted to Baringo district for the civic education for the referendum. That was back in 2005. My assignment had the component of monitoring, since the UNDP had engaged civic education providing institutions, and I was monitoring. And there was also a component of capacity building. Later, I was deployed to Nepal as an advisor for the CA elections, where that was after the unfortunate incident of the last Hindu monarchy, where at the same time there was the insurgence of the Maoists. And since I was with the UN volunteers, the skills that I had acquired were needed there, and I was deployed there as an advisor for the Constituent Assembly elections. We completed the mandate and the elections were done. Then I was deployed to the South Sudan as an electoral training officer, also with a monitoring component and capacity building, working with the stakeholders too. It's during my tour in Sudan, which was a post-conflict environment, that I honed skills in managing elections in situations which are not normal, especially where you have armed combatants being part of the electoral process and they seek positions in an election. That was a challenge that the referendum, which was for unity and secession, the UN had to ensure that there was impartiality in the commission, which was managing the civic and voter education. During that time, there came up an opportunity in Kenya, and I came back home, and I was hired by the IIC as an elections coordinator. And I was posted to Limuru constituency, where I conducted successfully the 2010 referendum. In the referendum, I was successful. I recruited temporary officials. I managed logistics and also built consensus. And later, there was the aspect of boundary delimitation, of which I feel that there was one achievement that I made of a conflict that arose during consultation with the stakeholders on the naming of a ward, which is called Ngesha Tigoni in Limuru constituency, where those were two separate communities. And after the alignment of boundaries, Ngesha and Tigoni never felt that they would lose a name. I consulted the stakeholders and we were in agreement. We don't have to lose a name and lose all the gains that we had achieved in that boundary delimitation. And that's how Ngesha Tigoni ward came about. Later, I was posted to Ruiru constituency, where I conducted registration for 2013 election. But I was transferred to Yatta constituency, where I was the returning officer, and I took all the activities for the election cycle, and I delivered that election without any contestation. Then I was transferred to Mwala constituency, where I also conducted the election as a returning officer, which was a different environment from where I was. I was able to surmount all the challenges and delivered an election without a challenge. Later, I had a short stint at Gatanga constituency. That was before the 2022 elections, and I conducted voter registration. Later, transferred to Dagoret North constituency, where I am right now, and I delivered 2022 general elections without a contest. Chair, I thought of tendering my application and interest because I'm coming from implementation where elections take place. I've seen it all. I've seen the challenges. I have many lessons I've learned from other countries. At the same time, Chair, not to forget, I've done a number of election observations, including Egypt, Ghana, Malawi, Zambia, and South Africa, with lots of lessons that I've been having them and aspiring, if I get that opportunity to be in policy, most of those lessons that I've learned, I would take to policy and get incorporated in improving our management of elections. At the same time, I've been successful in recruiting competent officials, managing conflicts, of which I have to say, because of my passion in elections, I've even published a research work on elections preparedness and acceptability of elections. And that work is available and has been used by other practitioners. So, Chair, in this conversation, I hope I'll have a hearing and I will be able to say and demonstrate whom I am, the skills I have, and why I want to be a vision bearer. I have been implementing from the ground. In fact, in the circles, we are called the people from the ground. Success in working with young people, of which we have seen. We need to incorporate their thinking, the way of doing work, and we also mentor them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The hearing is here, so proceed.
Thank you.
Bwana Linda, please. Mama Linda. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Njenga, now being a groundsman in the electoral cycle,
Yeah.
and having all that experience in the elections,
Yes.
what key skills and competencies do you think are relevant and essential for the team of commissioners in the, of course, that you will be utilizing as a team in the event you're taken up as a member?
I'm alive to the fact that commissioner level is a policy decision-making level. I'm coming from implementation institution memory, where given an opportunity, I would sit down with colleagues and being led by the chair, I would be in a position to discuss with members of the commission and tell them, this has been existing. I've been on the ground. I've been able to achieve this. And now, these are the gaps that exist. There is the aspect of corporate governance, and having that training, which I've acquired for many years, starting with the leadership and development training from the Kenya School of Government and senior management, I believe the skills that I possess and I have the project approach skill, whereby in all my assignments, I've taken them with a start and an end, with a monitoring component, enough resources, and evaluating each and every phase of my implementation. The policy level requires leadership. I will be cognizant that the chair, being first among equals, will have to have the advantage of someone who has experience in conflict management. Not only experience, but even certification and an interest. And that's how I will be engaging my colleagues professionally and observing the ethos and all those I would call values that are applied in decision making with accountability and responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Njenga.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Much, Carol. Would you like to ask some question, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Njenga,
Yes, Madam Carol.
welcome.
Thank you.
Amendment of the Constitution.
Sure.
Under what circumstances does the Constitution require a referendum before it is amended?
Under what circumstances? Can I repeat again?
What are the key circumstances that require a referendum before a constitution can be amended?
The first one is when it touches on articles that are stipulated in the Constitution, that for any amendment to be effected, the sovereign will of the people has to be exercised by everyone participating in a referendum. That is one.
What are these articles of the Constitution, or what are their provisions about?
The Bill of Rights, the structure of the government, of the executive.
What about the structure?
If there will be any alteration on the structure of how leadership in Kenya is elected and how we bestow leadership, I would say, if Kenya being a constitutional democracy, where we would want to significantly alter the way leadership is bestowed in this country, I would say if you would factor in the interest of Kenyans after the promulgation of Constitution to change the executive, there has to be that aspect of...
Okay. Another condition?
I said about the Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights, the executive, the structure. Mm-hmm.
The structure of government. Also, the destiny of a country is enshrined in the Constitution. If it touches on human rights, I think that component...
Okay, that you mentioned. Yeah. So let's come back.
Yeah.
You have been in Iebc since 2020,
yeah.
Right? And since 2020, basically since the Constitution was promulgated by the people of Kenya, right? 2010, right? Yeah. In those, since 2010 until recently 2021, thereabout, there were attempts to amend the Constitution. Can you please take us through these two attempts and what was the involvement of the Iebc in those two attempts?
Okay. The first one was the BBI, or that's the latest, the BBI. And the BBI did not meet the threshold, and it didn't go beyond Parliament. So Iebc had a role, verification of signatures, and taking the signatures to county assemblies for the county assemblies also to look at how people had participated in endorsing for. And in BBI, the Iebc did its role. He verified signatures, and it didn't go far. So there was no referendum.
So the Iebc was only involved to the extent of verification of signatures. That's what we are saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. So why did the 2 attempts fail? Now you're speaking about BBI. I have not heard you speak about the other one. Let's focus on the BBI, the one you're speaking about. So why did it fail? And what was the fault of IBC at all in that failure? As was said by the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the High Court.
The court didn't rule in favor because there was petition, and since it did not meet the threshold of being allowed to proceed to the next level, the court ruled against it, and the issue of the BBI was done with the court's ruling.
Okay, so let's come back to IBC. Should you become successful and you become a member of the IBC, and there is an attempt to amend the constitution during your tenure, how would you ensure that the IBC performs its functions and its mandate in regard to the referendum process in a constitutional manner and adequately within the legal framework?
Conduct of referenda is one of the mandate of IEBC, and IEBC has to facilitate ground for conduct of the same. And it's only a referenda that citizenry can exercise their right. They have a right to voter education. They have a right to be in the register of voters, where voter registration has to ensure that there is a voter's roll which has integrity. And IEBC has to facilitate logistics, where IEBC has to consider each and every Kenyan, whether within the boundaries of Kenya or out of the country, has exercised the right in that referendum. So IEBC would abide by the Constitution, apply applicable laws as per the Act, ensure that there is integrity in the process, and at the same time, a referendum has an aspect of patriotism, where the IEBC has to ensure even the marginalized interest groups and all those who will have that desire to alter the components or the aspect that they feel have to do with the constitution changed, considered.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you are maybe what I would term general mandate and general things that the IBC must put in place. What is the specific role of IBC, and how would you ensure that if that process is, subjected to an audit, to a legal audit, that IBC acted within its constitutional and legal mandate?
The referendum mandate is enshrined in the Constitution.
Absolutely. So, in performance of that constitutional duty, what is specifically required of IBC?
Okay, the IBC has to ensure that there is fairness, accountability, integrity of the process, and participation of everyone, every Kenyan in the process. So the IEBC has to apply available resources and technologies, make sure that there is no marginalization, and that ensure that the sovereign will of the people has been exercised all along the process.
Okay, so those are very good general principles. I was looking for very specific ways, like how, for example, would you ensure that there is public participation, how do you ensure there is fairness in the process? Like, what are these measures? What are these specific things that must be done? Because those are general principles that would
Right.
guide IBC.
Right, I underscore the aspect of public participation. I would say success of IBC and trust in all the processes has to come along with public participation, which has also been brought in our ways of handling public issues. And public participation brings in aspect of ownership, destiny shaping, where IBC all the time, not only for the trust, but making sure that each and every step, either in elections or the referendum, the stakeholders are involved and their say is considered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njenga. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I now want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Njenga, you told us
Ambassador.
you are an election expert with over 20 years of elections management.
Yes.
Before I ask you a question, I want to clarify a few things.
Yes.
You said you worked for UNMISS.
Yes, in Sudan.
How long did you work there?
I worked from 2008 and almost towards 210, and I left after finishing.
How long?
1.5 year or 2 years.
What was your role?
I was an electoral training officer
So
with
what
the
did you
United
do?
Volunteers.
Yes, what did you do? And where were you deployed?
I was deployed in northern Bahal, El Ghazal in the South Sudan, specifically in Awil.
Yes.
And in Awil. And I remember interacting with the...
No, what were you doing there?
Okay, I was in capacity building and also the UN component of monitoring programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You also told us you are deployed as a UNV in Baringo. Is that
Yes,
right?
in civic education UNDP.
So who deployed you? UNDP does not deploy people locally.
United Nations Volunteers. I mentioned UNV Kenya. I mentioned UNDP, but I was a UN volunteer.
Yes, which local organization deployed you?
We had a consultant by name South Consulting and Professor Karuti Kanyinga.
Okay.
Yes.
So currently, you say you are deployed as a senior elections officer. Actually, you say you are deployed you have worked with IEBC as a senior elections officer since 2010.
Yeah, 2010.
Where you work from the headquarters?
No, I'm stationed in Nairobi County, Dagoretti North constituency as an elections officer.
So senior elections officer does what? You are at what level? Are you at county level or constituency
I'm
level?
the constituency level.
Constituency
In
level.
fact, that was only change of name from
Yes.
constituency elections coordinator to senior elections officer.
Thank you. Thank you. Does IEBC have a policy framework for training and continuous professional development?
Policy exists.
No, specifically for training and continuous professional development.
I'm aware there exists electoral training policy.
Okay.
And it has served for the purposes of various electoral cycles, of which I've been in 3 of them, but also require a bit of improvement.
The reason why I'm asking this is I want to find out how often the training of election officials occurs at IEBC and under what framework, under what legal framework or policy framework, including study tours, continuous professional development, deploying people for observation missions, and all those kinds of things. Are those governed by any policy at IEBC?
I have mentioned that one thing, the training policy exists.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so how often is training conducted? I want you to associate this with the recommendation of the Kriegler report?
Okay, there is a gap, I admit that. And most of these trainings come close to general elections. And the Kriegler recommendation was that there should be continuous capacity building for the staff. Benchmarking exists, and I would say there is a serious gap in it. Personally, all those experiences that you have seen are personal initiative through other elections managers in other countries who invite me and I get authority.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
So if you are lucky and you go to the IEBC,
Yeah.
what best practice in both the policy framework and the application itself are you going to employ for training at commissioner level, at secretariat level, and at the temporary staff who are deployed as election officials during elections? Just the strategies, and name just three strategies.
Thank you, Ambassador. Skills and competencies are very key in elections management. I would come up with enhancing a policy on productivity and skills development for every cadre in the commission. In this, I would advocate for available resources. We have so many resources. We have a lot of work that has been done, not domiciled in IEBC, but a lot of elections management resources exist. Use partnerships where many partners are willing, and I would say the policy level, to partner with the commission in transfer of skills and development. I would have other approaches. For example, the other day I was thinking of possibility of having an elections symposium or exhibition, because after 2022, I've witnessed a number of institutions even having an election framework using digital platform. And I'll give a good example, because I'm in voter education at the grassroots level, and I know all those resources are available and they'll be used to enhance the capacity and productivity of all cadres of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Njenga, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. FCPA, Tanwi, please. Would you like to ask some question? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Njenga, these assignments that you are undertaking in Sudan and Nepal, you are there on private capacity, not as an employee of IBC.
Those are my early stages. Those are, I would say, 5 years before I joined IIEC. I've been with IEBC for 15 years.
Okay.
The first 5 years, I indicated I started as a clerk with the defunct ECK with responsibility of...
No, just clarify that you are not an employee there.
That time I was not an employee of IEBC. I joined IEBC in 2010. For the two assignments, those are after graduating, I became a volunteer. And that's how I got into it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to confirm that.
Yes.
Now, IBC operates in a fast-changing legal and political environment. There are a lot of changes that keep on, even as late as the eve to the election. There are always changes to the election laws. So what weaknesses might affect the ability of IBC to strategically plan and adapt to those changes? And the reforms, what reforms would you propose to help IBC to adapt to those changes or enhance its resilience to the changes? Thank you.
Thank you, CPA. After each and every electoral cycle, there is post-election evaluation, where that evaluation starts from where elections takes place in identifying exactly the gaps and the successes and how that can be used to improve the next electoral cycle. So by using the evaluation reports, legal gaps are identified, and it's not only from the evaluation, even the reports from the observers, local and domestic, all those gaps that have been identified are prepared. The Commission presents them to Parliament for making the running of the elections better. So on the legal aspect, I would say has to do with the Commission preparing all the legal reforms and engaging the stakeholders all through, because candidates, political parties are key, and the Kenyan people also want to see that they have been facilitated to exercise their sovereign will through a free, fair, credible, and an election with integrity. So all those changes, especially the legal, or rather it's mandatory for the legal ones. We have seen the ones which are already on the table. They were identified also internally by the Iebc team. I've also seen recommendation in the NADCO report, and also the Supreme Court advisories, of which have to be considered in improving the legal framework. Structural would require the Commission, which I'm seeking favor to be there in decision making and give direction in terms of how to administratively improve on how elections are managed, including accountability, prudent use of the resources, building trust, and making sure that the stakeholder engagement all along is done for the sake of good conduct of elections.
Thank you. And lastly, how would you handle this scenario that Mr. Leonard Njenga,
Yep.
a senior election officer at IEBC, will now be in charge of the CEO of IEBC, the two deputy CEOs, 2 deputy CEOs, 9 directors. There are 9 directors, I think 20-something managers. There are how many? There are 47 county election managers. So how would you handle that scenario, that now you are a senior election officer, but you are on top and you are managing all these people who are above you? Thank you.
The structure in IEBC has all those senior levels. And I'm cognizant that I have my seniors, if I get that favor, and be considered. I'm a professional. I've demonstrated the same. Being in South Sudan, I had one of my senior directors who was working in a program in South Sudan. I was, in terms of the UN, I was above her. And when we came back to Kenya, she was my senior. She demonstrated professionalism, mentoring, even if she was my senior. And it doesn't mean that because I'm coming from what you're calling the ground, that I don't see what is required up there. I have to use sense of recognition that I'm there with defined roles, responsibilities, and I would be cognizant that with seniority there comes responsibilities, and that's how I would want to approach.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hati. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Ronald, I also want to establish your understanding of the Campaign Financing Act and part 3 of the functions of the Commission pursuant to Article 8841 of the IEBC. They were saying that IEBC should keep a register of authorized person, supervise candidates, set spending limits, set limits and verify sources of contributions, monitor and regulate campaign expenses, provide a framework for reporting campaign expenses, and on and on. Do you think it's practically possible for IPC, given that now you are a senior manager of the constituency, to be able to do all this? Remember, there was time IPC was saying candidates should open accounts, different bank accounts for sourcing. I'm now talking about operationalization of the regulations of the IP campaign financing.
Thank you. First of all, I'm alive to the fact that the Campaign Financing Act, where it is, the issue of its suspension, but even by the time it got where it is, the drafters were aware of why there is need to monitor campaign financing. There was an aspect of how much a candidate or a political party uses in a contest. You look at the Kenya we are in right now, the young people don't have the resources. The women might not have the resources like men. And that money might be illicit money. And we don't want to bring that aspect of such funds being used to acquire leadership positions in Kenya. So the thinking was right. And I also have that thinking of, if the framework is in place, I being from a constituency level, I'll be able to monitor how candidates are spending the money. The framework would come from policy, brought down to where I am, and I've seen it. And I'll give you a good example. In security arrangements, of which I've been successful in my area of assignment, whenever we have meetings, I take charge as a convener. And it doesn't degenerate to what I've seen in other areas where there are no terms of engagement. And being the convener, I take charge of the process, involve all the stakeholders, and my prime objective is achieved. So even in campaign financing, I would come up with, from the national, of which I want to seek an opportunity to be there in coming up with that framework.
Let me take you back. I want us to be very practical.
Yeah.
You are a constituency manager, and the campaigns are on.
Yeah.
You are in office.
Yeah.
You are preparing for the election day, and the candidates are campaigning. We have maybe 20 or 30 candidates. Please, can you tell us how possible is it that IPC can be able to monitor the activities of the candidates in terms of campaigning? Is it practically possible?
I would start with another example. How are we able to monitor the code of conduct of candidates, yet we are preparing for elections? It's because there are structures, collaboration with other agencies, security agencies. So even on spending, I would say there are other institutions in Kenya which monitor illicit spending of funds. They will be very much alert. They would collect evidence. And if such a case, they would bring proof to IEBC, and in case of an electoral, breaking of an electoral rule, of which is electoral code of conduct, there has to be repercussion of the same, the worst being being taken out of the race.
Thanks so much, Njenga. Now, let's go back to trying to understand that as a commissioner, your understanding of the environment you'll be operating in, the environment of the stakeholders. Now, here you are, you have, the election has been done, you have declared candidates, those who have been elected. In your own view, how do those elected leaders affect the work of IEBC in subsequent years by action of during their when they are discharging their duties as elected leaders?
Thank you for the question. First of all, candidates are brought by political parties or they are independent. And the caliber of leadership starts from there. We only have the requirements. And once leaders are elected, they have to have that moral and responsibility of making sure that they deliver as per their campaigning manifestos. And on IEBC, it affects us so much because whenever leadership is elected and it doesn't deliver as per the promises, the citizenry, we always feel that IEBC midwifed leadership which was not right. And that dents also our image, of which you don't have control on the candidates.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Njenga.
Yes, Madam Sawan.
What would the IEBC do to avoid mistrust and conflict when dealing with powerful groups like the major political parties and the media?
Powerful groups and the media. I start with the powerful groups. IEBC should always be guided by the constitutional mandates, starting with the independence. Not being influenced in any way in decisions that are made to advantage of the so-called powerful groups. And when IEBC operates under the confines of the Constitution, and I would say for the Commission, when you have tenure of office, you're taken care of, you understand the mandate, and you're a patriot, you can always do your work. You don't need favors, you don't need intimidation, but you deliver as per the will of Kenyans. On media, constant communication and facts. Whenever there is misinformation and disinformation, come up, explain. If there is a gap, mitigate. And since media sets the pace, this has to do with trust to the institution. If media gets everything right, because you have an open policy where each and every aspect is catered, questions are answered, you have nothing to hide. Media becomes a partner in execution of duty.
I do agree with you that the law sets the directions.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But really, these laws have always existed.
Mm-hmm.
And conflict has been there.
Okay.
So what is it that the persons, or rather those interpreting the law, require to do to avoid this mistrust and conflict?
You have asked what those who are supposed to interpret the law to build trust in the process. I'll give you an example of something that I've observed that happens to the second layer of settling a dispute in election. That is the courts. Personally, I've felt that whenever there has been a ruling, even that touches on Article 114, where a petitioner uses evidence which the court itself declares was not right, and the court rules and doesn't subscribe punishment, I feel that dents image of the institution, because the court will rule that the Iebc met the threshold. But how about all that process that Iebc has been taken, maligning, misinformation, production of false evidence, and then the court doesn't subscribe? Then the preceding elections will have that aspect of feeling that you went scot-free, you produced evidence which was not right, but the image has been dented. So we would also want to partner with the other level of dispute resolution, that is the courts, in making sure that we inject hygiene in how we manage and conduct our elections. In addition to that, the component of stakeholders cannot be underestimated. In the success of elections, you have to work with the stakeholders. Where you're not doing it right, and stakeholders like Parliament, as you indicated, Iebc has to come up with proposals on mitigating the same. Take them to Parliament, and they get enacted, and that ensures that whatever Iebc does, including additions to the code of conduct, will make sure that the process has considered the confines of the Constitution and the laws of the land. Thank you.
In its own strategies and its own way of doing things as well.
Yeah, Iebc has to be proactive too. And I think given that opportunity, I would share experiences and other proposals that I have. I share with my colleagues. If they get to Parliament, I've been having them down there, but this will be a platform where I can place them on the table.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus to ask some question, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Njenga, I'm interested in what you call the Iebc or election exhibition.
Again?
The election players, I think something about the exhibition on election matters.
Exhibition.
In your discussion with Madam Koki,
yeah,
you talked about the election exhibition as part of your strategy.
Okay. By this I meant,
yeah,
I'm alive to the fact that the timelines are very strict. But after the conduct of 2022 general elections, and my passion in following on latest developments in elections management, I've discovered, for example, election technology, of which it has been touched on even by the Supreme Court. I would have a strategy of inviting not only local but international players in election management in Kenya, and we host an exhibition whereby each and everyone who feels that they have a program, a framework, a gadget, they would come, and with our technical team, instead of all these benchmarking tours, which might be very, very prescribed, they come on board, but the international exhibition will have demonstration of those people in elections management, including some that I already know have come up with a system where you register digitally, you have tabulation of results, you have verification, you have the monitoring component, of which, if that can be confirmed, would be used in the country upon having the framework anchored in law. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And having worked in Iebc, I'm sure you are aware of many aspects that make election very expensive. What will you do as a member, now not working as a secretariat, but as a member of the commission, to reduce the cost of election?
Cost of election has many drivers, starting with procurement. I'm alive to the latest news in terms of the budget requirement, which was heading to over 60 billion, of which, if there was staggering of procurement, that could have been another issue. Also, there are some of these functions which partners are willing, and I've seen it because I've been in strategic planning. I've been lucky to be in a technical working group where after we finish, or rather after the strategic plan is validated, potential partners come in, they have their funding, and they are willing to partner with Iebc. I'll give an example of voter education, which takes a very big chunk of the funds. We would take it like a resource where the resource would be used to complement and reduce the expenditure. And I would have the advantage because with my exposure, I know a number, local and international, who will be willing and not involved in some of those aspects which can surrender the mandate of Iebc. We have groups that focus on marginalized communities, and they're willing each and every time to come on board, conduct voter education, offer logistics. After validation of our materials, they are willing to go on the ground, and they are well funded. The other one is prudent use of finances. I would say, how many offices in Iebc in the whole country are in premises where they don't pay rent? Through my initiative as a constituency coordinator, I was able to write a proposal to management when I was in Roiro constituency, and I secured space from government land, and I was given resources, and I constructed an office, and that office, from the time I left Roiro constituency, removed all the expenditure, including the warehouse and security. And once given that opportunity, I would even make sure that anniversary towers in North at the CBD, it's somewhere there where all the cost that translates to cost per square feet is no longer. It will be a one-time, one-phase expense, and that solution will be resolved. We have seen it in South Africa. They have the EC Center. The EC Center has training facilities, has IT hub, has conferences hubs, and I would see a scenario where even Kenya would be the same. Of course, I would not suggest to have it at the CBD, out of the CBD, but with participation of the stakeholders, I would do that. The other one, and this one takes a lot of funds, training. Why do we conduct training the last minute? Can't we do it online? If I need trainer of trainers, We only need to come up with the materials. Start now from the constituency. Accredit. By now I should be having trainer of trainers for 2027. And I only require updating them on development as the laws are being anchored in our management of elections. And by the time we get to conduct of elections, I would only confirm their availability, including temporary staff. We spend a lot of money having temporary poll officials. We pay them even during training. And I would want to save funds using the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Njenga, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Invite Professor to ask some questions, please.
Leonard Njenga,
Yes, Professor.
you've worked in Iebc for now 15 years.
Yes, Professor.
During that period, what has been your career progression?
I don't look at my assignment
No.
terms of...
I just want you to tell me, in 2010, I entered as a clerk. In 2014, I was promoted to this. In 2020, that's all I'm asking.
I was coming to that.
Now just go to it because we don't have a lot of time.
There is stagnation. It's a gap, very demotivating.
But just tell me first so that I...
Okay.
It's the panel
From-
that will judge whether
I've
there's
only-
stagnation. No, you
I've
just
on-
tell us how you have progressed.
Okay. Career-wise, I would say I'm stagnant.
No.
But
Leonard,
Yes.
walk us through that in 2010, I entered Iebc as this. Subsequently, I'm now this. What is that trajectory? Like me, I would tell you, I entered the University of Nairobi. It has been there my only employer,
Sure.
apart from consultants. I entered as a graduate assistant in 1996. And I can tell you how I progressed until where I am now. So can you tell us that progression?
All right, I get your point. I joined Iebc as an elections coordinator. And currently, I'm a senior election officer with only change of name. I'm still at the same position, stagnant, but that doesn't mean that personally I haven't improved in elections management. I've been doing my research, and I would say this is a policy gap and maybe another scheme that
I'll
might
have
be in
to
the
ask
offing.
a lot of questions in order to get what I want.
Yeah.
From the position you have now, which one is the next? All the way up to CEO.
Okay. The next position is county elections manager, of which the policy of IBC recruitment, you can only come up when a vacancy falls from the constituency which you are recruited.
After county elections manager?
After county elections manager, we have the managers at the headquarters.
Okay, next.
From the headquarters, you have directors.
Okay.
And directors, then they have the secretary to the commission, who's the CEO.
What about the deputies to the...
The deputies are deputies to the
CEO?
CEO. And there are two of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you just tell us, there's all those positions, nearly 4 of them.
Yeah.
So what is driving Leonard Njenga not to seek that progression, but instead jump to the commissioner? Where is that drive coming from? Or what, I'm just trying to see what's motivating that.
I'm coming from implementation cadre. And I've been through 3 sets of vision bearers. Those are 3 sets of commissioners. In fact, I feel that I've been employed by 4 employers in one institution for the past 15 years.
How so?
The existing policy does not align to career progression, which is a serious gap. And apparently, I will tell you, there are even many qualified, even overqualified at my cadre, better than what you have up there.
Thank you.
So
My
that's a
last
serious
question.
gap.
My last question, because I've understood where you're coming from.
Thank you.
If Leonard Njenga was made a commissioner, what strategies and vision would you use to maintain staff morale and effectiveness in the IEBC?
I would start with auditing of skills and competencies. That will be a first thing. Secondly, I would advocate for a reward mechanism, of which you can see where I am. I've been successful in all those elections. And in other institutions, we see what happens. At my cadre, and it's very, very unfortunate, the only person who ever had an award is the late Daniel Musyoka, my colleague, and may he rest in peace. He got the award posthumously. I would make sure that there is recognition. For example, what I've done with the research. What is the repository of my research? I'm only called by colleagues in other EMBs. I've seen new work. What are you thinking about it? What have you done in your country with the work that you have done? And in this, I will be in a position to recognize the same. The temporary staff, whom we are going to use as majority, they have also stagnated. Since I joined Iebc, we were paying 1,000, irrespective of inflation, the times they are living in, and also an inclusion of pay as you earn, 30%. So the take home is 700 shillings, including Nairobi. How do we go about it? And that's why I had proposed even having accreditation of temporary staff where we can start building a database. By the time they come, already they have those skills. And they start interacting with our materials, our processes, that when I'm recruiting, the first question is not what is IEBC and what is the mandate of IEBC. We also build interest in management of elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, do you have some small, two short questions, please?
Sure. Leonard Njenga, you told us in your own description
Yes.
that you are an election expert.
Yeah.
Can you tell this panel how other EMBs, 3 ways in which EMBs come to office? You can include this one if you so wish.
How EMBs come to office? I'll give an example of this competitively through this panel. When you conclude your assignment.
No. I just want that, for example, the way you have said, in a country like Kenya, you have a selection panel. In a country like India, you have this. In a country like Germany, this is how they come into office. That's all I want. Selection panel through competitive exercise is one way of commissioners coming into office.
Yes.
Which other way is used globally, including here in Kenya? There are different ways in which commissioners have come into office?
They can be direct appointments. Yeah.
Any other?
I talked of competitive, and the other one, interest or stakeholders nominating representatives
Thank
can
you.
also be another avenue.
My second question, which two African countries, now that you have worked in Africa, which two African countries were never formally colonized by European powers?
Ethiopia. Ethiopia wasn't colonized, and Liberia.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. We've appreciated talking and learning from you and the perspectives you bring. Do you have any question or comment, kindly? In a minute.
I would want to take this opportunity to thank the panel for giving me this opportunity to present my case, to express my desire to be in policy and become a vision bearer. I have implemented enough. I have identified gaps. I have my proposals, and for the love of Kenya, I would wish to be considered for this position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. The notebook and the pen are yours. The water, if you so wish. You find a gentleman with certificates for you at the door as you exit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Koki, can you invite Martin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we invite the next candidate? Yes. Hapana, sio ya Welcome, Martin Ndungu. Please have a seat. Take a seat. Thank you. Feel free to adjust your seat if you so wish. You have a pen and a notebook before you. And my name is Nelson Makanda. Lord, let me thank you for showing your interest in the position of a member of the Iebc Commission, for which you advertised, and congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same, and for your being available today to attend this interview. I'd like to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves before we come to you. Please, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Madam Kiome.
Bwana Mungai, habari asubuhi.
Jema.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la Teusi, na karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Tanui.
Mr. Ndungu, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Kituku.
Good morning, Mati.
Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, na karibu sana.
Thank you, Nicodemus.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Madam Fatuma.
Good morning, Mr. Ndungu.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Good morning, Mr. Ndungu.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you, sir.
So we now come to you, Martin, to ask you to introduce yourself, highlight your profile, let us know what are those milestones that you have covered that make you suitable for the position you've applied for. Indicate if you have any award that you have received in the course of your career, but also if you are a member of any professional group. Please, thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, members of this panel, this distinguished panel, for inviting me to appear before you and showcase what I have and what I'm made of. My name is Martin Mungai. I'm 49 years old, born-again Christian, and I profess the Christian faith. I was born in Kiambu, in Gatundu. And in my early years, I was born to a teacher. My mother was a teacher. I started my schooling very early. I went to Mataro Primary School, where I did my KCPE, and I excelled. I was the top student around our location, and this earned me a position to one of the prestigious schools in central Kenya, that is Thika High School, where I learned through the school motto about abundant life. That is living your life to the best of your knowledge, the best of your capability, and serving the world. Thereafter, I joined Kenya Science Teachers College to train as a teacher, and perhaps it's because of my background, my parents having been teachers, and my mother was keen, I think, on ensuring that her track record remained within the family. I trained as a mathematics teacher in computer studies, and I was given an opportunity to go and teach at Nairobi School. It's at Nairobi School where I met many young men from different parts of this country, and I honed my skills in interaction, in leadership, and I met very good leaders who actually mentored me. And one of my greatest mentors, I should mention, is a renowned educationist in this country, Mr. Robert Masese. I worked very hard at Nairobi School, earning a lot of accolades and distinctions in the way I was able to undertake my duties. And as a result of this, I was awarded a scholarship by the government of Japan under the MEXT scholarship. It's also called Mugabushu Scholarship on teacher training. And I proceeded to Hokkaido University under the tutorage of Professor Ishizuka Sensei and Professor Murata Ikuya, who greatly mentored me in the areas of education technology with the aim of giving me necessary skills and knowledge to come and support teacher education in Kenya. I came back to the country on the Teachers Service Commission, reposted me back to Nairobi School, where I continued to do what I love most, that is to teach. And I believe when you teach, you touch the future. Actually, that is my mantra. You touch the future when you teach. I continued at Nairobi School, supporting the students, till I was seconded to join the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa as a national trainer in areas of mathematics and ICT education to support teachers in STEM education. As a national trainer, I've been keen on supporting teachers embrace new technology, innovative pedagogical practices, all in effort to improve classroom experiences. Through the chair, I've traveled the length and the breadth of this country. I've been to every county in this republic, meeting teachers and students alike. And I've been able to connect with them, give them the skills and knowledge that I have. As I said, all in effort to help improve the education system in this country. In the course of my career, I was also able to enroll for other studies. And I did a Bachelor of Theology at Presbyterian University, not for the pulpit ministry, but to serve in different capacities, like in leadership, in public service, in areas of governance, conflict resolution, and all these are skills that I've been able to use in line with my career. I later joined Africa International University for Masters of Education in Leadership and Administration to hone my skills on leadership. And initially I wanted to actually do organizational leadership, but I saw that being in the field of education, then that would work very well. Equally, I've also been able to pick quite a number of skills through training in areas of technology. In the course of my work, I actually started my computing journey way back in the 90s when we were looking at MS-DOS. So that has given me a solid foundation in that area. And my earliest interaction with the election process is when I was a young boy and I accompanied my mother to participate in the electoral process. I thought that was very exciting because the term Kurusha Miti was both intriguing and needed a lot of explanation to me. So my mother tagged me along the infamous Mlolongo system. I think it was a pink card that they used to have, and then they would queue. I wanted to see the connection between kurusha miti na kupanga laini, and how that would be a process to have a representation within our area. I fast forward in 1997, I worked as a clerk under the defecant ECK, and I saw the process and understood it and how it worked. And fast forward, in 2002, I did not participate, but I only participated as a voter. In 2005, I served as the deputy presiding officer in Westlands constituency during the referendum. And in 2009, or 2010, I also served, no, 2007, sorry, I also served as a presiding officer in Makandara constituency, where I was even in charge. I think then they used to have a super presiding officer in charge of a polling center. I was made one and ensured that process was completed to the letter, managing the polling officers, managing all the other officials included in that category. And in 2010, I also served again, but this time I was not a presiding officer, but I was supporting the returning officer as an ICT support. And we developed a small system that was able to actually tally the results. And we were in Starehe constituency, and we were able to have very clear display of results as they came in. Long and short, that's where I am. I have not also said that I am married to one wife, a woman, and we both have 2 children, and I think my daughter and my wife are here with me. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Welcome, daughter and wife. It's nice that you came to give support to your loved one. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mungai, you have had good experiences, at least with the electoral processes in Kenya.
Sure.
I can also see you have extensively updated your knowledge in ICT, even came up with a proposal that probably, given the time,
Yep.
you may be able to give further, information about this.
Sure.
In the intervening period, what key skills and competencies do you think will be relevant for the team of commissioners for purposes of executing their mandate in the electoral process?
Thank you, Madam Leader. I bring in to the table 3 skills. Primarily, leadership and governance.
You can focus on the entire team.
On the entire team.
Yes,
Good.
on skills and competencies for the entire team.
Okay. Leadership skills that I bring on board to be able to provide direction with very clear policies on what is to be implemented and how, and with very clear communication guidelines to avoid miscommunication, to avoid other information clouding the judgments of the commissioners and the secretariat. Also bring in governance skills in terms of integrity and accountability, ensuring that every one of the members in the commission observes integrity and is accountable to their actions. Over and above that, the ICT skills that I bring on board, because I believe that technology over the years, as we have been able to observe, has grown, and the Commission has not been left behind, looking at the milestones that the Iebc has made in terms of including technology in their processes. And I believe that we should be able to leverage on ICT to ensure that we have credible results and also build confidence to the public, which I think has been waning. And it's not in doubt. And I believe that I'll be part of the commissioners that will ensure that the public image is restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mungai. Now, how do you intend to use your ICT skills and experience, if any, to leverage and also to, to improve the systems at the Iebc as a commissioner?
As I mentioned, I've been very keen to observe and read several reports that have been tabled or that have been published, particularly on the use of ICT, starting from the Kofi Annan Foundation, the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, the ICJ reports, the post-election evaluation reports from IEBC, among others, and have indicated some of the areas that have been challenging to the Commission, particularly in areas of ICT. If you look at the ruling from the Supreme Court, in the analysis I was able to see that one of the challenges that were mentioned were the failures of the KIMS kit. And I looked at why did they fail, the reasons that were being given, and how we can mitigate that. And I think they mentioned that about 235 kits did not function. It was reported affecting about 32,000 voters. That during the identification, the KIMS kit failed because, one, they were not properly charged, or they had memory cards that were not properly installed, and probably were not given the right coding for them. There was also a challenge of logistics in terms of distribution of those KIMS kits. I think we had instances where some of the kits found themselves in the wrong constituencies. There was also failure in terms of backups of power, and they failed to power up. And I believe that this, in as much as we say that technology doesn't fail, we realize that the weakest element in the employment of technology is a human being. So coming up with clear policies and proper training of election officials would help in mitigating some of these challenges. Again, on that, on technology, how we can continue improving on that. I think, and through my own investigation and through reading a lot and seeing what other countries have done, and I think it's to the common knowledge of the panelists about the Estonian Republic, they have been able to fully digitize the election process. We may not get 100% of that yet, but I believe, and with the proposal through the chair that I have shared with us, we could perhaps be able to address some of the challenges.
Please use 2 minutes to summarize that proposal so that we can move on to another section, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I think there has been reports that there are a good number of KIMS kits that are going to be retired. In technology, when they go beyond 10 years, it becomes obsolete. And the KIMS kits that are going to be retired, what can we do to them and actually save on cost? And I propose that we don't retire them. They can be repurposed, because in them, they do have biometric elements in them, the cameras. How can we use that camera that is in those KIMS kit? When we reconfigure, we repurpose this KIMS kit to be used.
Thank you, Mr. Mungai, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Caroline to ask you some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ndungu.
Yes, Madam Caroline.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Article 86 of the Constitution mandates the IBC to ensure that it adopts a method in the electoral process, and particularly in voting, that is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. Mm-hmm. There have been challenges with the method that IBC has been using over the years. This is in regard to the use of technology. There were challenges in 2013, 2017, and 2022 general elections at all times, with various recommendations being made after each and every elections that were done. Now, I think you have internalized some of these issues that have been identified. Absolutely. And I've had a look at the proposal that you have submitted to us. We have been asking candidates what are some of those problems and what would they propose to be the solution to solve those problems. I've seen you have gone through the problems. I will not ask you what they are because I believe you have internalized them. And I want us to focus on your proposal, the proposal that you've made to recounter those problems. Now, you call your proposal enhancing electoral efficiency through the use of artificial intelligence, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Now, have you thought through how this proposal that you have put in place, I see you, okay, let me step back a little bit. I am not an ICT expert, I will admit that, I'm a lawyer. However, I have some basic understanding of various ICT platforms and systems that the IBC have used over the years. Now, and I also understand the legal requirements of what it should set. So I've spoken a lot about that because I want us to move together so that we can test this proposal that you have.
Correct.
So your proposal seeks to support IBC in voter turnout monitoring, queue management,
correct,
and post-election audits,
correct,
through the use of artificial intelligence.
Correct.
I hear you saying that you have heard IBC say that some of the KIMS kit that they used in 2022 have been obsolete. So one of the things that you think can help us moving forward is not to discard the KIMS kit,
Yes.
but to reconfigure them so that we can use them in 2027 if needs be. And I hear you giving advantages for that use. Now what I want you to take us through is whether you've thought through about the security concern that may arise, because if you remember, it is also the mandate of the Iebc to eliminate electoral malpractices through whichever voting method that they use. So what are some of the security issues that can come out, and how do you see through your own proposal that methods that can be used to address security concerns?
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Caroline, through the chair. I've thought through this proposal and using to address perhaps maybe the first area in terms of usage. The biometric element, that's a camera, can be used and install what we call lightweight AI models that will support what we call YOLO. Now YOLO is not you only live once, but you only look once. Okay? And it is able to capture the persons who walk in to the polling station and keep a counter and be able to have or manage the foot traffic that walks in. And by the end of the exercise, we should be able to get to know, of course, because I said it's fitted or installed with lightweight software, it will be able to differentiate between the election officers who are there, that's the presiding officers, the clerks, maybe the agents, and it will eliminate that. And the person also working who are to be assisted, the voter assisted, and it will be able to eliminate that from being among the counter or the counted. And we'll have a tally by the end of the day, and we'll be able to see that on day X, on 10th of August 2027, in polling station X, 100 persons walked in. We'll be able now to check and analyze how many votes were cast. If the number is too big, then we flag it and we identify that as a challenge in that particular polling station. We can zero down onto that. Of course, remembering the minor K ruling that the polling stations results are final. So in terms of security, of course, again, working with other legal departments, right, the data protection, they have an act to be able to protect the images of people who walk in, so the images in terms of the faces can be blurred and will not have challenges in terms of bleaching on private data.
I hear you. I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Your look once system, you're calling it look once?
Yeah, you look one. You look only once.
You look only once.
Yeah.
So one of the things it seeks to achieve is to monitor
Yes.
the people who come to the polling station.
Correct.
Is it always true? Have you thought about it that not everybody who walks into a polling station is a voter and will end up casting their vote at the end of the day in that particular polling station? So how is this system of yours supposed to guide us?
Okay.
In verifying actually the people who walked are the voters and are the ones who voted at the end of the day?
Of course, it's not going to work independently. It's going to complement the other systems in place. we have the voter identification part. And I'm saying this is an additional part that we're bringing in to complement what is already there. So definitely somebody walking into a polling station to vote, by the time they are identified as bona fide voters in that particular polling station, they have been checked through the biometric register. So this, if they are not bona fide, of course, they are turned away and perhaps maybe redirected to where their details appear. Yeah.
So is your proposal supposed to be, Kim's-kitted, all that, like voter identification, and, it would end up also being used as the transmission device?
Correct.
Is that the same one you have, and then it has additional features, or where does it depart from the current system that IBC has, now that you speak of complementarity?
Yeah, of course, it can be, of course, or it will be connected also to the server. And you could have the server having segmented, you could have segmented servers, but many people trying to explain what a server is. But you could have a different or a separate hard disk within the server that is capturing that kind of information. Of course, this can be collated, and you draw a parallel, to see that. So you're not just using it for, to determine who walks in, but also you can do an audit later, and be able to connect that with what you get from the server.
Okay. Yeah. 2 more questions, please, Chair, if you allow me. So the Supreme Court has identified in 2022 particularly the difficulties and the problems. Okay, I will not ask you server questions. I know someone else will deal with that, if at all. So the Supreme Court identified the problems that Kim's-Kit faced for transmission of results. In your proposal, if I recall, I saw you identifying a few countries that have used this method that you're proposing to IBC now. And I heard you mention about Estonia in your address to us this morning, but I was more keen about Brazil. You mentioned that in your proposal that Brazil has integrated AL in all its processes, that it has biometric verification, result validation, and transmission. And this system that Brazil uses, in your view, in your proposal, as you indicate, is proof-tight to eliminate errors. Now, let's come back to our problems. How then are we going to ensure that your proposal fits within the system that the Supreme Court identified, that is going to be independent, that is going to be accurate, that is going to be used to eliminate electoral malpractices? How does this come in? Because Estonia did not think it has these 3 components.
Yeah, again, we continue on borrowing the best practices. We may not implement the entire of the Brazil approach. We could use a different approach, and I'm keen on having this retested, perhaps even tried during the by-elections to see how efficient and effective it will be. And so therefore, and of course, in transmission, we have end-to-end encryption of data. What that means is that from the origin of data, it is encrypted so that in between the transmission, it cannot be tapped. And if somebody tries to have access to it, then it's in gibberish form, in a form that doesn't make sense until it is decrypted at the other end.
All right, I hear you. On the other question was on the cost issue. Well, I've seen you've done mathematics, you have come in with the funding, the cost implications of this proposal. And I think from what I see, you propose the total cost to be at about 203 million, and that cost, in your view, would include adaptation of the KIMS kit, the software development, the training and capacity building, logistics, as well as M&D components of it. Have you considered the cost that IBC has incurred in the previous technology that it deployed, particularly in 2022, so that we can do an analysis?
Well, I'll not be able to break down in terms of how much they were able to use in technology, but I do know for a fact that they have given a grand total for the entire exercise. I was just proposing that with what we have, we don't need to acquire additional kits. We don't have to throw them away. It's, you know, we can continue saving
All
on
right,
that. Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Last question from me. Supposedly this system of yours fails. IBC, as you have come in, you have become successful, you are a member, you have sold this concept to IBC, they have bought it. And that's the technology they're using. Supposedly it fails completely because it can fail.
Yes.
What system then do we go back to on what happens if it does fail?
Well, systems fails, and I think you're quite right. We saw that happening in Nigeria. They had implemented watertight systems, and they ended up having a challenge with their system. But of course, like I said, with technology, the weakest link is usually the human element. In terms of training and capacity building the personnel who are using these systems over and again, and also having support mechanism, you know, what would perhaps maybe call rapid response to areas where there are challenges. But also, again, we should pretest these systems and try as much as possible to do mock tests, you know, in a near simulation to be able to detect
so
where
all
the
that
failures
has
are.
been done, it has failed, without seeming like I'm interrupting you, it has failed completely. The rapid response mechanisms, we have done that. So what must happen? Should we stop voting? Should we stop that? What should happen in the event everything fails? We have done the best you could as a commission, and your system was not working, it's failing. What does the law say must happen?
Of course, you, like I said, you should have backups, and the election has to go on. The election process has to go on, and you can resort to you know, other modes of transmission of the results. And I think we've had over and again, you know, because this information is for general public, and we have invited the media, and we work in consultation with media, and you are able to even transmit these results as well. But again, you know, working manually and being able to having proper documentation, you know, and put in place to ensure that there's no vacuum in the whole process.
This documentation that you're referring to?
Of course, when you're transmitting, you know, right, the scenario we have right now is that the Form 34A was the one that was used to declare and announce the results in a polling station. And you'd use the same to send to the server or the National Tallying Center. And we still have those documentation in place. We are not going to be fully digital. We are still going to have the Form 34A to capture the results in that area. And yeah.
And how will we be able to identify the people who are supposed to vote? Your gadgets are failed. What should happen?
We have the manual registers that we usually use to check. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndungu. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you,
members.
Madam Caroline.
Thank you. Madam Koki-Muli, please ask the candidate some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Ndungu,
Yes.
you have a passion for teaching
Yes.
and touching the future, and also you are a communicator from the many certificates we have seen. If you get an opportunity to make policy, provide oversight and strategic leadership at Iebc, what specific strategies, including use of technology, would you employ to ensure that both civic education and voter education are not neglected or overlooked, and they in fact become a core component of IEBC's programs so that we can have electoral integrity and credibility? Thank you. Just mention the specific strategies you put in place.
Sure.
Maybe 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Thank you, Ambassador. Voter education is very important. And as a commissioner, one of the policies that I'll be keen on implementing is civic education to be included in the national curriculum in our schools. As a short-term measure, working with other agencies like KICD and the Ministry of Education, we could have civic education included in the curriculum. And we have intensive education among the young people. And I say this because I know certain countries like Fiji, Sweden, and Australia have integrated the election process in the national school curriculum, and they start early. And long-term gains is that you have an informed population that is aware of the election processes. So, yeah, so having it within the curriculum, that's very important. The other one is extensive voter education and leveraging on technology again to be able to educate the masses. When we speak of leveraging on technology, a good number of our population have access to mobile phones. And you can share the messages, short messaging services, in terms of educating the public. You can have the USSD code so that you can get more information about voter elections and voter processes. We could also use the media to be able to do that as well, to educate the masses. And again, social media, the social networking sites, which is usually also my pet subject, to be able to share information. A good number of the young people get a lot of the information on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, a few of them on Facebook. Not many young people are on Facebook. I think our generation who are digital immigrants are on Facebook. Their digital natives are more into IG and TikTok. And you could use those platforms to educate. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndungu, and I really wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And the ones that are ahead of us are digital what?
Well, the digital natives, we'll still call them digital natives. Perhaps maybe we're going to coin another name. Okay. Because they are born into technology, they'll still remain digital natives.
Okay.
Yeah.
We come to you, FCPA, please. Tell me.
Thank you, Chair. Martin.
Yes, sir.
If you don't succeed in getting this opportunity to be a commissioner, what will you do with your proposal?
Well, I am a Kenyan. I would want to help the commission and perhaps share the information even with, as you said, the commissioners who will get in. I I'll be glad to share with them this information.
How long have you had this proposal?
I've had it the last couple of months since we started thinking through this process.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. During the last general election, there was a tribunal that was set up to remove one commissioner. And during the deliberations, it was reported that there was some political interference during the elections. And there were incidences where some commissioners, there were allegations that some commissioners were being paid for some accommodation by some political actors. So what structural and governance weaknesses that could have contributed to political interference and public distrust at Iebc?
Thank you, FCPA Chanui. I think looking at what may have gone amiss, I'm not sure whether the Commission had a charter, but I would propose that we get a charter that will guide us in terms of our operations as commissioners, in terms of how do we communicate, how do we have conflicts resolved within the Commission. I would propose for an internal dispute resolution mechanism so that you sit down and, guided by that charter, be able to solve whatever issues that may arise in-house. And I think what we saw was a bit unfortunate. I believe that we should adopt a mantra of reprimanding in private but praising in public. You sit inside the boardroom and sort out the issues there. And when you come out, you speak in one voice. And I think we've been able to see that also coming from this panel, and I really would say that the public is quite proud of what is going on, that you're able to sit down here and iron out issues, but when you get out, you have one common voice. And that builds the public trust, which has been elusive with the previous commission. So having internal dispute resolution mechanism and having a charter that governs how you're able to operate as commissioners is something that I would want us as commissioners to have.
From your study, as you prepared for this interview, Iebc doesn't have a charter?
Not to the best of my knowledge, in terms of how the commissioners operate, but I would perhaps maybe say we would want maybe to have it relooked, and they have a charter.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Martin, now mine is that you have a very good proposal, but unfortunately, how will you address the issue of conflict of interest? Because if you want to be a commissioner and you want your idea to be implemented, if it falls into even the slightest mistake, it could be an issue of serious conflict of interest, because the role of the Iebc commissioners is issues of policy, strategy, and what you are talking about here is basically technical, which is not your role. What do you say about that?
Very well put, Mr. Misati. Of course, as a commissioner, my role is to provide insight and guide. And the proposal as it is still a draft. and of course working in tandem with the Department of ICT. We should be able to guide them in terms of how can they implement, how can they be innovative enough to have processes that are watertight in terms of supporting the election process. So working together again with the ICT department, again, as I said, it's still a draft. We can fine tune and provide guidance in terms of how do we get this done. And that is the expertise that I'll be able to give in terms of guidance. Yeah, of course, we can continually work on it to improve it. You know, like the Japanese says, the Kaizen approach, continuously improve on the processes that we have.
I hear you. It's at the draft level, regardless of what.
Yeah.
Address the issue of conflict of interests. What do you say about that?
Of course, again, it is not, what will I say? I don't have the absolute control over that proposal. I have not registered it yet. And so it's an idea that I'll be sharing as a commissioner.
That's very good. So if you get an opportunity and you're a member of the Iebc commissioners, please state some of only the 2 activities you will do in preparation for the 2027 general elections.
2 activities we'll do is, you know, I think when we get in as commissioners, our entry is going to be full. The boundaries issue to be discussed. There are by-elections to be done. I think also in terms of procurement processes that have to be done. And so we'll be looking at the priority areas that needs to be done in terms of preparation of the voter registration exercise to ensure that it is continuous. I believe the IEBC Secretariat have also prepared a strategic plan. We'll need time to have it ratified and so that it is actualized.
Thanks so much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ndongo.
Yes, Madam Fatuma.
Electoral commissions usually benefit from creating well-structured and consistent ways of working with political parties and civil society groups especially during high-pressure periods.
With the candidates is very important, and would have the engagement in terms of mapping out and drawing out the different players that we need to engage, and supporting voter education, undertaking voter education, and of course building consensus even during the primaries of the political parties. How do you undertake that process freely and fairly, and of course ensuring that we stick to the governance or to the electoral laws that are in place, educating them on the need to uphold the Constitution. And I believe the Political Parties Act is very clear in terms of how they'll be able to engage with their supporters. And so having this engagement with the stakeholders is very important to be able to outlay some of the very key issues that affect the election process.
Are you able to demonstrate how that would be structured?
Yes. We could start by looking at identification and mapping of the stakeholders, and then be able to communicate and have an open communication with them. Then have stakeholders engagement, a workshop, to train them, to capacity build them. And then you could also follow up that with getting the feedback from them. What is it that you want included? What is it that you think we can work on to improve on the systems that we have in place? And then undertake a survey from the different stakeholders and be able to give a report at the end of that exercise.
Usually, when you want to engage a stakeholder, what is key? What do you look for?
You look at the interests and the role they each play. Mm-hmm. You look at the youth. You look at the women. You look at marginalized communities. And so you're able to
apart from interests,
yes.
What else do you look for? Now, looking back at your relationship with them, interest would be on their part. You look at their interests. What are their interests? But what stakes do you share?
You, of course, share. You want a credible process to happen. They also want the process to go on smoothly.
And you may want to understand the influence they'll have on that.
On their representation, on their improvement, on their overall improvement as a community.
So let's move from there now. You've identified the interest.
Yes.
You've identified the area of collaboration.
Yes.
What do you go to next?
You look at what roles do they play? What are their roles? What is the role of the civil societies in the whole process? Mm-hmm. And when we talk about even voter education, how are they able to do it in line with what the commissioners recommend?
Do you usually rank stakeholders according to their influence and impact?
Well, you don't do that, but you could also look at maybe their, I wouldn't say really ranking, but you would perhaps maybe look at where is the larger interest in terms of their engagement.
The areas of convergence.
Yes.
Then what do you prepare for that after you now identify? Well, I'm trying to see if we can do the structure together.
Okay. Well, you could also maybe you could try and have continuous engagement with them to be able to identify those areas of convergence.
Maybe focus on the principles and how consistent that's going to be, and maybe the roadmap, yeah?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Nicodemus Bore, please proceed.
Sorry, I came in too early. I was saying thank you for Martin. Yeah, and Martin, given the public's concern about corruption in institutions, what will you do at the Commission to ensure fairness and transparency, particularly in the areas of hiring and procurement?
Well, maybe to start off in terms of hiring, we hire on merit. And the area of expertise that the persons that we want to have serve with us in the commission, in the secretariat. And so we look at merit. We also look, of course, at the area of expertise and how well they are versed in their areas. In terms of procurement, I believe we have the procurement procedures, and as guided by the Procurement Oversight Authority. They're very clear and sticking to that to be able to have a credible procurement process. And of course, ensuring that the law is followed. Fidelity to the law will help absolve the Commission from corruption-related issues, because you need people of integrity to serve. So fidelity to the law and following the laid down guidelines in terms of how they do the procurement processes is very important.
Now, having looked at the YOLO system that you prepared, how much will it cost to prepare that program?
Well, in my proposal, I made a draft estimate, and it would come to about 200 million.
And how much will it save the commission?
Of course, in terms of saving, I think these kits that they would have discarded, they'll still use them. So they will not have to procure new kits or new devices to support that kind of program. I have not been able to see the actual amount that they are spending on the ICT-related structures, but I believe that it should be able to save.
So in future, do you recommend to have kits that can be updated instead of the ones that need to be retired because of the new, like we have phones that you keep on updating, like the iPhone, so that when you're procuring systems, you don't procure systems that become obsolete after some time, but you can procure systems that can be updated oftenly to be in a good space with the ICT technology.
Yes, we could do that, but again, cognizant of how technology is revolving, we'll still continuously need to upgrade those systems. And of course, with time, you may retire them. Absolutely, they may become obsolete and they may be retired, but we can continuously have systems that can be reused over a few times before getting a new set to replace the obsolete ones.
Thank you. What about the licensing? Because looking at the Iebc systems, the most expensive bit of the structure is licensing. And once you don't get the license, they cut off your system. What would you how would you say we could solve that situation?
Thank you, Nicodemus. I think now where we are at, we can have our own homegrown solutions, and we have the youth who have the capacity to help us develop the systems. If you look at the systems that have been developed locally, they are of global standards, global level, and they have withstood the test of time. We may not have to really get developers from outside the country, but we have a very critical mass of young people who are techno-savvy and who we can bring on board to support this so that we can have our own homegrown solutions, just like the way we talk about M-Pesa and others. It's the same thing, because we have the capacity and we have the ability to do so. So I believe in terms of even licensing with people from outside the country, we may not need to go through that route. We have developed a very crucial workforce in this country in terms of young people who are techno-savvy to help us in solving some of these issues that we have.
Thank you, Martin, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicodemus.
Thank you. Prof, it's your time now. Please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Martin Mungai Ndungu.
Yes, sir.
My fellow panelists and neighbor told you that there'll be somebody to ask you about the server.
Sure.
That person is me.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
But I have no IT training. So you'd wonder why I'm so keen on the server.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keen on the server because in all the post-2010 elections, that have used IT, the server has been a constant. Despite its being a constant, it has never been fully open to the satisfaction of all the parties, and neither has Iebc taken upon it after the Supreme Court is done and dusted, or after the repeat election has been announced, to come and tell the public, this animal called the server, this is what it looks like. Or now that there is no any security, it's no longer security, we are now opening it for you. And that's why it intrigues me. Why this shady tiptoeing over the server? Yet we are very sure that if there is a dispute, again there will be no resolution on the server. That's my interest. Now let me come. You have a very good proposal. Where will all that end?
In the server.
Thank you very much. Don't you therefore think that the first thing you should do, because even this new proposal, AI, what have you, will end up ending in the server, don't you think you should start by telling us, what is this server? And for what reason does it exist? Because everything you propose will still end up in the server. That has never been explained.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good, Prof. I think there has been a lot of misconception about the server, and it's shrouded in mystery, as you have rightly put it. Perhaps we've not had an opportunity to have somebody demystify the server.
No, an IT expert part has demystified for me.
Yeah.
And disagreed with everything that is usually brought, that is what is for the server and given to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
That's why it intrigues me.
The server, first and foremost, it's a computer. What's in a computer? You have a processor and you have the hard disk. So you could even have one computer, a small computer, acting as a server. But because of the capacity and the voluminous amount of data that need to be stored and processed, then you need a bigger, physically a machine that is bigger, that has several hard disks for storage hard devices. And again, several processors to allow for the processing. We need accurate and speedy processing of data. So the server in itself is a computer first and foremost, and acts as a storage. And what goes in the server can only be accessed by few people, and you can have different levels of security to be able to access the data. But again, you also talk about the portal. What is a portal? A portal is simply a window.
Talked about a portal.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the connection and what you can be able to do to be able to access what is in the server. So the portal allows you to access. So you could have different levels, again, for public consumption to be able to access what is inside there. Of course, what is for your knowledge. We all, have registered on different platforms to be able to access our information on e-citizens and so forth. What we have on our end is a portal, but there's a server that stores all that data. And we may not be able to get details about Professor if I do not have the credentials to be able to do so. Usually what the server does is that once you register, in terms of security, you get the one-time password, the OTP,
Thank you.
to be able to access.
Because of time.
Okay.
The Iebc ensures that in a polling station it is secure. So it normally restricts the number of people who can enter into that polling station.
Yes.
You just say that the server you can only take a few restricted number of people. Would it be in order, if you are a commissioner,
Yeah.
that if there are 4 presidential candidates, that their nominees with credentials be allowed to see that server right from the time that results are being transmitted?
That would make absolute sense, Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I like being simple. The Parliamentary Service Commission, or Parliament, uses the Hansard system. That if Martin Ndungu Mungai, or Mungai
Ndungu is my dad,
came here in order to speak to us, and this gadget is not functioning, the chair will stop you. Wait. Why? Because whatever you say must remain recorded in case we need to do some verification. Would I be correct to say that under the electioneering system, the results transmission system that ends up in the server is meant for the server to be the premium verifier? Would I be correct? Just like the Hansard is the premier verifier of what Martin Mungai Ndungu is saying.
You are spot on, Prof.
Would I also be right, because you talked of encryption, because even as you speak, it's encrypted, and if we want to see the prescriptions, then the Hansard will prescribe it and scribe it for us and give us that this is it.
Only if you have the credentials to do so.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that therefore, what the question should be is that when that Form 34A
yeah,
goes to the server, what we should be asking ourselves, and you can tell as an expert, when they are streaming, let's say voting has ended at 6, and 10 Form 34As, for those who finished early, go immediately to the server. As an expert, how long does the person who has the credential take to unscribe it and bring it that this is what came?
Yeah, that's turnaround time, and that should be instant.
Instant.
You send money to your person, to the person on the other end, they immediately respond, I've received your money. So the turnaround time should be instant.
Thank you very much. Then, if you are Commissioner Martin Mungai Ndungu, instead of Adam Solo and Bore going to the portal looking for Form 34A from where, can't we just, from the word go, agree that these are the persons who have credentials from every party and from Iebc, and therefore these 7 days in which we are still waiting for the returning officer from Turkana, from Marigat, from Lamu, we are waiting for them to arrive. Since this thing was instant, why don't we, because when you're in Bomas there, me and Bore, there's a big table, one form from here, from here. You don't know how it even exchanges hands.
Yeah.
Some people are running, being chased by the police, by the party agents. Can't we just, because it's instant, can't it just be inscribed and brought that, okay, polling station A, this is what has come from the server? Wouldn't we?
It would, what you're
Wouldn't
saying.
it be so easy?
That
And we
would
wouldn't
work.
have to even ask for the server at the Supreme Court, because the server will already have been used to verify.
That is so right, Prof. Then the question is, what does the law say for now?
Then we amend the law.
Yeah.
If the law is the problem, then we amend the law so that that instant thing that you're talking about, which the Supreme Court will say only read access, we do away with it so that it is there at the tallying that this is what has come from the server, this is what was sent. Wouldn't that, if the law allows?
We need to, if we have the amendments done and we could have that allowed in law, then it will make a lot more sense.
So for
but
you as
again,
an IT expert,
would need a bit of restriction in terms of even how you disseminate that information.
why would the public information that is in the RTS, because for me, that's the reason why you have RTS.
Yes.
So that what was sent is, as Bagina Kiai ruling says, and as the Constitution says, a true recollection of what was declared.
Yes.
Why should we again put roadblocks
No, we
on
shouldn't.
what was declared?
We shouldn't, and that is why maybe now when the law comes and it's amended, then we should be able to access
So
it.
as an IT expert, you're saying that the only reason we are having a challenge with the server is because the law right now restricts it.
Yes.
And therefore, if Adam's law is to be finally satisfied, just go and change the law, and there'll be the server results and the Form 34 results.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to ask some questions, but take cognizant that
Yes,
daughter is
that are
here.
not IT related or server related. My first question to you is, name 2 African leaders who played key roles in the formation of the Organization of African Unity in 1963.
That should be Kwame Nkrumah, and Haile Selassie.
Thank you very much. And because you have done very well, I'll give you a choice, which I've never given somebody, for your next question. Do you want it in geography and landmarks? Do you want it from culture and languages? Do you want it from wildlife and environment? Or do you want it from economy and innovation?
Well, geography and landmarks.
Geography and landmarks.
Yes.
Very well. Identify 2 active volcanoes in Africa.
There's Goma in Congo. It's Goma in Congo. There's another one, I should be in the islands, Seychelles.
Thank you.
Did I get it right?
The panel will decide. That's it, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Martin. We have enjoyed talking to you, and thank you for just shedding light on the things that you know and what you think that can be done with your membership at the Iebc Commission. I don't know whether you have any question or comment, finally, in a minute.
Maybe a comment. I want to really recognize this eminent panel and really congratulate you for the good work that all of you have done. I mean, the entire world is watching, and you have outdone yourselves. Sitting here day in, day out, away from your families, is quite commendable and a great sacrifice to this nation. So, and I think from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate each and every one of you. And my prayer is that God expands your territory and blesses the work of your hand. And finally, my message will be to the Kenyans. Kenya is a beautiful country. I've traveled around the world. We have very good people. And in the course of my duty, I've interacted with Kenyans from the hinterlands of Cumberland, as Prof would say, to the residents of Godbura in Homa Bay, to the valleys of Keyo in Kapsawara and Kipikudur, to the northern frontier. We have very good Kenyans. And my appeal to all of us as Kenyans is that let us have faith in the institutions that we have put in place. We are at a very critical point where the next generation is coming in. What legacy are we going to leave for the next generation? Let us work together. Let us uphold peace and integrity at all times. And finally, to all the members and to the commissioners who will be sworn in, using Martin Luther's King quote, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, let him sweep the street. Even as Beethoven composed music, as Michelangelo painted, or even as Shakespeare wrote the poetry, you sweep the streets to the best of your knowledge and ability. And the hosts in heaven and earth will pause and say, here is a great man who swept the streets and he did his job well. Thank you. Of course, I paraphrased it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go and continue sweeping.
Sure.
We shall also sweep.
Very well.
Your certificates with the gentleman at the door. You will find them as you exit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The notebook and the pen are yours. Blessings. Yeah. And the water too. Yes, yes. Thank you. Asante. Asante sana. Thank you. Okay, mom and daughter, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Yes, thank you. We have come to the end of our day for the media. Thank you for helping us go through this session. Of course, the viewers out there are beginning to feel like our professor is now liking the results as we go on. He will most likely resolve his server issues by the time we are finished. So thank you very much. We will see you on Monday at 8:30. Blessings to you, media. Thanks.